Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2025 Queensland Open Championships. My name is Andrew Udall and we are back for the under 17 boys singles quarterfinals match here. We have two very fired up players. On the closest side to us, we have Austin Zhang, and further on, we have Jin Wo as well. Two fantastic players in our first quarterfinals match of the under 17 boys singles is a best of five to see who will go into the semis. Of course, Austin, a player that has been around on the junior circuit for a decent amount of time and has been doing very well as well in that circuit. Has made the Queensland team numerous times, including this year. One of his strengths being his stability in his game. Currently, Austin trailing by 3 in his opening game. A bit of a rough start, but a good one for Jin right now. Looking to have a dominant start in this game. Very fast and aggressive game, as we can see here, into the middle of Austin. Of course, there are many stages in the game. The first stage is that getting used to your opponent. Of course, even if you know someone well, it takes time to feel the game and the position and ability they are in their moment. For Austin, still having to work on adjusting in this game, now trailing by 8. An absolutely incredible start by Jin, really just not allowing any chances here for Austin and keeping him at bay. Just playing into that middle body, shutting down any potential aggressive gameplay. With that, taking game number 1, 11-3 in a very dominant style. Of course, Austin is arguably the more favored in here as the number 4 seed, but is struggling to get into this match. Jin just absolutely shutting down any chances of being Austin getting into it. So he's going to really need to fight and lock into this match if he's to basically restable the game for himself. Of course, a best of 5. There are 5 games that could potentially be played. One player requiring 3 games in order to win the match. Jin now 1 game closer to that goal of 3. Austin on the slight back pedal with the serve to try and level it up. One thing Austin has always had as a strength is his backhand, which I'm sure we'll see plenty of in this match. A good defensive game, Just getting to that ball, controlling it onto the table, placing the ball. Nothing too crazy. Of course, there's the backhand. There's a very nice rotation over that ball, and you can see the pivot point in his shoulders, or rather his elbow, stabilizing so he can transition between his backhand and forehand. A beautiful down the line. The slight step around, just leaning back to get into it. Of course, being slightly caught off in the middle of his body. One of the benefits of being tall and having long arms is you can really reach for those long balls, but as soon as they get into the body, it can be a bit of a challenge. And of course, this is the challenge that Austin has been facing pretty much his entire time, and it's one that he's very much aware of. And you can see part of his game is making sure that he covers that area. Of course, leading 6-3, a much stronger start than game number one. Both players trading off pretty strong games. Of course, it is not over yet. There is still a chance for Jin to recover, but Austin in a very good position right now. Especially with points played like that. The defensive into the aggressive game. A good placement into the body. Oh, beautiful. The change of direction, just sliding over the side of it with the bat. The deception, making it look like it's going to go down the line at the last moment, changing to far deep backhand. Again, deception is a massive part of the game. And with it, Jin down by 6 points is now 1 point away from leveling it up in a game that seems almost unwinnable. Oh, wow. Beautiful forward again. And you can see the rotation in the body. All the power straight down the line now, 9-all. Really a fantastic comeback, but the comeback is not a comeback until it is sealed. It's still down by 1 now. And a commendable effort, but Austin keeping his cool, taking game number 2, 11-9. It looked like it was starting to slip, but of course, having played many matches, Austin, in such similar pressures, it is by no means a surprise that he is able to recover from that points down, or rather the run of points from Jin. The big mental game showing strong by Austin as he continues to fight and hold the number 6 seed at bay. So as we go into game number 3, both players leveled at 1-all in games. Both locked in. Of course, game number 3, one of the most important games of the match to get that important 2-1 lead, or being that 1 game away from sealing the match. 1-all in games, 1-all in points. There's something I really like about Austin's game. He's a very controlled player. There's another great example of it. Not necessarily going for speed, the placement. Even if the ball is slightly slower, he gives him plenty more chances to play a faster ball. Oh, beautiful control on the back pedal, and despite that, moving the ball around to make it awkward for Jin. Of course, a player who is a lot more aggressive, but is now down by 4. As seen before, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it is certainly a position you would rather not be in, particularly for game number 3. And Austin really trying to get low to lift that ball, but just not enough. The ball just not coming enough to the bat. And like that, 1 point away from 5-all. Really, both players trading not so much points, but runs of points. One takes 3 points, and the next one takes 3 points. And so at moments rather, in the match and the games, they seem to be trailing by a lot. Of course, in reality, they are equal. 6-all in game number 3. Smart placement, short to the backhand, and down the line to the forehand. Testing the footwork of Austin, making a move. Of course, height is definitely a good thing, but footwork is still required. Of course, a little bit of frustration from Austin. And understandably so, after his lead. You can see the shoulder movement, basically telling yourself, too much, too much. Stable with the elbow, not too much shoulder. Players usually reminding themselves of the stroke. And just like that, the reminder works. Like a drill, reminding yourself. Of course, as the players in their younger stages, it's all on that technique. But where you really start to shine and is when you have the strategy, and that here is what has brought Jin from the depths of potentially another game defeat, 5-1 down, now 11-8 to take game number 3, the 2-1 lead, and really it's just been smart play. He's been catching Austin off guard a lot, taking advantage of that middle. And that's the type of play he needs, because he knows Austin is a very consistent player. And so in order to remove that consistency, you have to make it awkward for them. It's the idea of breaking the rhythm of your opponent, and understanding what their strengths are and what they want to be doing, and playing against it. A smart move, slowing the ball down. Austin ready for it, but it doesn't just come enough to the bat. Now dropping in front of him. Of course, in Austin's position, you kind of have to ask yourself, what do I need to do differently? How can I change things up? Beautiful down the line. Probably one of the better down the lines with his backhand of many juniors actually in Queensland. And there it is again. Really good control. Oh, beautifully placed. Just the bat put there and just letting Jin run. Like a minimal effort shot, but of course, because of that placement, deadly. He tries to do it again, but just standing a bit too much. The right idea, of course, just needs to get into it a bit more. He's at his best when he's calm, collective, and controlling, but Jin making it really hard for him here. And certainly with a beautiful serve like that, fast deep in the center line, caught on the wrist. And if you remember from earlier with the 15 girls talking about, and also the 19 boys finals, talking about how that wrist can be one of the hardest places to actually make a judgment from. Because you always have to ask yourself, am I going to do a backhand or am I going to do a forehand? Problem is minimal time. However, Austin's creeping back. 7-all now, despite being down before. And really, it's cutting down from that controlled aspect. Slightly staying up to the table, focusing on placement. Strategy is key. And a little bit of fortune from Jin, doing a good effort to keep into those balls, hooking them around as well. And you can see the players just slightly laughing. Understandably, a well fought point by Jin. However, Austin is still locked in. Now is in his position. However, 9-all. Game number 4. Ooh, it was the right idea. He set it up perfectly for himself, but now, unfortunately, it's those types of errors. The difference between winning and losing, particularly in these more high pressure situations. And just like that, 11-9, game number 4, and what seemed like a potentially struggled game for Austin turns into a victory. They still both have one more game to try and claim the match and book themselves a spot in the semi-finals of the under 17 boys. Of course, both players are getting more comfortable with each other, I would say. All the games beside the first being very close. The question will be, who will have the last hit? Who will be able to dismantle the strategies, the play styles of their opponent and turn it into their strength? Oh, and a well defended back from the table and interesting shot selection, we'll say, from Jin. A bit too flat, but commending the effort from Austin to get those balls back from the table. And if you've seen it before, a player known for this kind of gameplay, Hayden Green, one of those players who, just because they're back from the table, lobbing up balls, which for those who don't know is basically when they lift the ball up high because they're in a very unfavored position. Just because you're back there, it doesn't mean you're losing. Make it awkward enough, and your opponent might make an error, as seen before. However, it's the heavy backspin from Jin that is really pushing him ahead in this game. It's almost a half long and really making Austin have to choose between whether or not he's going to push the ball or if he's going to open it up. Just placed in a way where it's a bit awkward, requiring a little bit extra steps. The half long return, the ball just not kicking as much. You could see how Jin was just a little bit out of position for it. Again, the serves really are effective in this position. We were talking when watching Luke Anderson playing his under 19 boys singles finals, how deadly a well placed serve is, and how important it is to understand how to do a good serve. And Jin is showing it here as well. Between his good serves and placements, now 8-5, looking to take down the number 4 seed. Of course, it's still not over until the last point is played. However, Austin has his work cut out for him now, trailing by 2. Can he withstand the pressure? Especially with the more aggressive game that Jin is bringing here. He's been playing a little bit defensively before, but now with those points ahead can afford almost the more risky shots. And I say afford like he shouldn't be doing it before, but in reality, you should always be trying to find that opening, and it's what is giving him a really good position here. And not just that, the match 11-8. A fantastically well played game by Jin, taking the match 3-2 and defeating the number 4 seed. The upset in the 17 boys match. Of course, both players have putting their all, and Austin just missing out, but well fought nonetheless. Will be looking to try and keep his spirits up for the future events, but it is Jin who looks on to the next match, the semi-finals for the other under 17 boys. And who we will be playing, we might find out later. But without further ado, make sure to stay tuned for more action coming forward after this.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car, let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars, supernova. We'll go with the wind, take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh, life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh, I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We stand apart, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down, supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car, let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars, supernova. We'll go with the wind, take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh, life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh, I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We stand apart, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down, supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Welcome back to the under 13 boys singles finals for the Queensland Open Championships 2025. We have two players battling it out for that final position to play in the under 13 boys singles finals. We have a lot of action in this game. Of course, the number 1 seed, Boris Zhang, and he will be playing against Sean Yu. The winner of this match will be looking to play, if I'm not mistaken, Lachlan Keating from Brisbane. So, we will be finding out which one of these two players will be facing off in that finals to claim the under 13 title. Of course, the best of 5, both players requiring 3 games in order to win this. And of course, in doing so, a 5th game can be forced, as we saw in the previous quarterfinals of the under-17 boys. We've actually been seeing a decent amount of 5th games, which is all what we want to see. That intense battle between the best players. And so, as the players have their warm-up, get used to each other's strokes, we'll be getting ready for the first of a potential 5 games for this second semi-final in our under-13 boys singles category. Of course, Boris is the favored to win at least by rankings, but as we saw in our previous match, just because you are seated higher does not mean you are guaranteed or safe to pass. And we'll be seeing how Sean goes if he can shut down the number 1 seed and cause one of the bigger upsets of the day. So stay tuned. Get your popcorn ready as these two players prepare for the semi-final match. Love all. Of course, now Boris is up by 1 point, 2-1 to him. The one closest, of course, Boris being the one in the pink, the blue and the white. Facing off against Sean, the one in blue and white. And the furthest away from us. A good spin by Sean, the heavy top spin, as you see the ball floating off. Of course, as the players put on that top spin, that more rotation and the more spin they put on, the more the ball wants to lift off. And so that's why a lot of those times when we see those heavy top spins, we see the ball touch the bat and bounce off the table. Boris now in a commanding game 1, 7-3, showing why he is the number 1 seed. Ooh, I like a little bit of that creativity. A bit of a half of a strawberry flick, but more pushing. A strawberry chop, I guess we can call it. Can be very deceptive. The reverse side spin, backspin. Of course, if well placed, can be very deadly. Of course, just calm, collective, and just controlling the game now, Boris, with 6 game points. A beautiful rally to seal the first game, 11-5. Boris just showing why he is the number 1 seed. Just control, collect, and receive the payment of victory in this game. At this point, again, we see how he isn't doing anything fancy. Just staying stable, making sure to stay relatively close to the table. The elbow just staying up there so he can transition between the backhand and the forehand. And he's just placing. He knows he doesn't need to do anything too crazy. It's just that control game. The stable game is always the game that usually is favored. Of course, with more technique and more experience, the more stable your game can be. Boris is showing that right now, just not budging and not giving Sean even the slightest chance to come into the match. 11-4, as we can see, for Boris, as he takes game number 1 of his best of 5. However, as we've seen in the past, just because the first game goes off a little bit weird does not mean a player is out. So we'll see what Sean has for game number 2 here, and see what the coach has installed for him, the strategies to shut down Boris's game. The first challenge, of course, is to deal with that heavy topspin. To get on the racket and close on top of it to bring the ball down a little bit more. A good serve to get the first point of the game. And well controlled. Deep into the backhand and then into that middle to force an error from Boris. Ooh, not a bad idea. But of course, when you're that far out, which, considering all things, his footwork is very good, getting into that ball, just missing out. Of course, we've been talking about height as well. At the younger ages, the height difference can sometimes be a challenge as well. And we're seeing Sean basically having to overcompensate in that with much faster footwork. And that is what has got him to where he is now in the semifinals. Unfortunately, the control of Boris is still just holding him at bay. So he's going to have to try and find a way to kind of break the rhythm. A little bit like that, whether it be a little bit more backspin, potentially, but also trying to find those middle areas that a lot of players who end up being taller with struggle. Of course, not too bad right now, only 2 points behind. And creeping his way just with the heavy backspin. Ooh, and a nice try, but the ball just put into the body of Sean. And he's doing good. 10-8 right now, and he was much further down. The comeback is still alive. Can he get this game? Ooh, risky. It almost paid off. The second time, asking 11-9 in game number 2 and a much closer game than what we saw beforehand. Sean closing the gap every game. The question is, can he seal it and take a game for himself. Because it's one thing to lose by narrow margins, it's another thing to win. And just getting over that finish line for each game, he now requires 3 times if he's to come back and cause an upset. But he is against a formidable opponent, Boris, the number 1 seed and the favorite to potentially win this match. So he's going to have to crawl in deep. He's going to have to dig in deep and really bring his all, bring his absolute best if he is to try and come back and win this match. The game before has shown that there is possibility. It is not impossible. However, he's going to have to see if he can level up 1 extra mile if he's to crawl back into this one. Oh, and a beautiful backhand. You can see how he rips through it with his wrist. Especially when close up to the table. Now 3-1. First proper lead in the start. Ooh, almost. It was good getting to the ball. The angle just slightly too wide. And now the score's leveled all at 4 all. Ooh, well. Talk about placement. Not just that, you see the curve. Can't tell if it hit the edge or if it was just a side spin, though. You can see Boris really pushing Sean out wide to that backhand before moving into the forehands. Really trying to make him work and run for the ball. As he's now restabled the game after being down. Of course, it's these types of games, and it's one of the benefits, actually, of also getting to play on those tables that are streamed, is being able to watch your games back, see where they are, and you see a lot of players will actually record their own games as well as learning opportunities. One of the benefits of playing against a very strong opponent, you start to learn quicker where your weaknesses are, what they do to exploit your game so that you can cover those grounds. And so in every defeat is a lesson. And I'm pretty sure this will be a lesson for Sean. However, that is provided that he doesn't come back. And never say never. 2 points down and still fighting. This could still be an incredible comeback. Oh, beautiful. Into the middle as well. It's these types of points and strokes that he needs if he's to try and come back. 2 points down now. Boris with 2 match points, looking to seal his spot into the finals of the under-13 boys singles. However, he still has to focus for these last points, where it also can still go south. Of course, the point still done first time, asking 11-8 in the third. You see a replay here, just a slightly faster ball in the push, right into that center line. And of course, the heavy backspin just dropping too early for Sean. And a well-fought battle as well. 11-4, 11-9, and 11-8 to Boris. The number 1 seed marching his way through on into the finals as expected, but a lesson learnt for Sean. And I'm sure a lesson that he will be able to help improve his game, because these are the under-13 players So they still have a long way to go in their junior career. And these matches, every single one of them is a learning opportunity, whether a win or a loss. So, without further ado, we'll see you guys back for more action as the matches continue to heat up after this.
We'll go with the wind, take it for a spin, keep doing it alright. Ooh, life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh, I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We stand apart, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova, get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us all.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car, let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind, take it for a spin, keep doing it alright. Ooh, life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh, I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
And welcome back to the Under 13 Boys Singles Finals here at the Queensland Open Championships for 2025. We had just seen the semi-finals match between Boris and Sean, and now the number 1 and 2 seeds battle it out. Boris Zhang, the one we saw previously in the black, the blue, the white, and the pink, and he'll be facing off against the number 2 seed from Brisbane, table tennis, Lachlan Keating, and he's the one closest to us with the blue rubber. Something a little bit different. Of course, a lot of players tend to choose the red and the black, but of course, table tennis has been changing, and ITTF allowing the new multicolored backs. You can change the red for a different select amount of colors, and blue is one of them. Another common one is green, particularly for long pimple. And then, in addition, there's been pink and yellow as well. I've also seen purple. And of course, the more common one, the reds that Boris has on his side as well. Both players, very strong. And are both Queensland representing players. So they will be battling it out to see who will be this year's Under 13 Boys Singles Champion. Of course, a lot to look forward to as both players give it their all to see who can win. So now time is called as the players get ready for game number 1 of this best of 5 singles. And Boris to serve for the first game. Love all. A good defensive game. Of course, we were talking about pimples beforehand. Well, have a look at this match. And well placed. Wide to the backhand, and you could see Lachlan preparing for a forehand stroke, and Boris just reading it perfectly and saying, well, then I'll go to heel. You go forehand, then I'll go backhand. You'll notice Lachlan, his style is this defensive, aggressive style that we've seen earlier on in the girls category at the beginning of the day. Now, as I was mentioning before, how long pimples, it's pretty common on green rubbers. However, there's also blue. And last time I remember, he was using them, Lachlan. And I'm pretty sure we'll see it here as he slices down on the ball in that defensive manner to reverse the spin. And there it is. Of course, in that defensive moment, Boris having to make a choice. Does he open it up, try and put more topspin on only for more backspin to come? Or does he push it to expect a bit more of a topspin return so he can be aggressive? Of course, it's those slight split-second decisions in these moments that make players who play an aggressive game of pimples very challenging. It tests the patience. A good backhand from Boris, now down by 1 point, 6-5 to Lachlan. Was looking to take the title. Well placed by Lachlan down the line. You could see Boris running for the ball to try and get into it, but of course the spin change making it so awkward. And there it is. You can see as Lachlan comes down on that ball to put the heavy backspin, and Boris having to really get low to the ground to lift the ball. The choices. Ooh. Very nice forehand. And a bit of fortune from Lachlan to lock it at 9-all. Of course, we expect nothing less from the number 1 and 2 seeds. Both players, they know each other's games. And so there's a bit of a different mindset when you know each other's games. Now, well, I know it, but how do I stop it? How can I try and stop their playstyle whilst they do the same to me? Now, Lachlan, the game point. Oh, really well played. And you can see as the ball's slowing down every single time that Boris is lifting, having to lift that extra bit. And it's a gutsy move, but it pays off. Because, of course, the more you lift, the more backspin you get. One of the challenges in a situation like that is it can be very tiring, but that's where the players, they show their physical strength. The strength that they train. A lot of top athletes going to the gym to make sure their body is as strong as possible to withstand such forces like this, particularly over a longer period of time. And of course, these players have been playing all day and now in this finals, and I'm sure many matches still to come. But the first game, 12-10 to Boris, a very close match, only won by the narrowest of margins. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see many games just as close as this. Just the players now back with their coaches, just getting strategies, tips, and tricks to be able to take their opponents down, for a lack of a better phrase or term. Because it's a battle. It's a battle between both players, their abilities, their ways to judge the situations that they're put in. But unlike other games, the time it takes is much shorter. Oh, beautiful point. Beautifully played by both the players, and Lachlan just staying in control. And again, we see there the way he twiddles, or rather moves his bat to try and manipulate the spin. Of course, it's naturally wanting to reverse from what it's getting, but just by changing the direction, you can also get the side spin on it as well, which adds an extra challenge. For a little bit of context, both players made it to the semifinals of the close this year. Boris getting silver at the Queensland close in the under 13 category, losing to Daniel Lin, a player who is actually not in this category currently. And Lachlan was able to get bronze medal in that match. And so both players are looking to try and get a gold in that category. And of course, Lachlan in a commanding position right now. 7-1 in game number 2. You must be telling yourself to still stay focused even despite being in such a big lead. You can never afford to lose focus even when you're up this much. Because otherwise you're giving your opponent a chance to crawl back in. And speaking of crawling back in, Boris is taking it point by point, now 7-5 into the second towel break. For those who don't know, every 6 points, the players are allowed to take a tie break. And of course, 7 plus 5 is 12, and, well, 6 plus 6 is 12, so they're little quick maths to get into your towel break, which, as Australians, one can appreciate, especially with the humidity and weather that one can have. Of course, Boris still trailing right now. He's on the verge of losing the game. Oh, beautifully played by Lachlan. The point of this match so far, a masterclass on how he plays the pimple. You could see how the spin and the change of the spin from each point. Of course, that slower game as the ball slows down because of the backspin, but then at that last moment, using the pimple aggressively with topspin deep into the backhands. And it's those type of strategies and gameplays that Lachlan deploys that allows him to win a lot of these matches. Because on top of just the placement, and on top of just the aggressive nature of how that is played, the players still have to deal with the fact that the spin they're getting is the opposite of what they would normally be used to. And a beautiful block to seal the game. 11-8. A little bit more comfortable, but not by much. Lachlan crawling in here with 1 game apiece and fantastically played. Again, just showing how those pimples work. You see here, that beautiful block, the bat's just there. Nothing fancy, just getting it there, moving it to the wide forehand. And of course, Boris knows the writing is on the wall for that game. Now it's to reset. As both players back to their coaches. And both players level at 1 point, or rather 1 game each. There's still anybody's match in this finals, and both still require 2 more games if they are to take the title. The question will be, will it be Boris? Or will it be Lachlan? The only time will tell as both players come back to the table. See with those scores 12-10 in the first, 11-8 in the second game. Both trading. So now Boris with the serve, looking to take the important game number 2 in this third game. Good aggression, just staying on the pump. Topspin. Change of placement. You can imagine just from the start that his coach probably, or their coach probably, told him to be aggressive, to make sure to get in early. Oh, beautifully placed. You could see that the backhand was exposed and just going down the line there. And then the backspin to that forehand side, and then you can tell the ball just dropping. Now 3-all. And I will say, Lachlan, he is a very, very smart player. And at this age, being able to play smart, it's one of the most important elements. And again, that change of direction with the pimple. It's working pretty well for him. That movement from the backhand into the forehands. Because, of course, you use the pimple to move it, but then as soon as you use your normal rubber, then it is what you expect. And sometimes it's the unexpected that is the expected. And so when you do the expected, it becomes the unexpected. And so really keeping Boris on his toes now, Lachlan leading by 1 point. Oh, beautifully stolen. The flick punished deep into the body. And you can see that Boris is really struggling with the style right now. That Lachlan is in a very controlled position. Well placed by Boris now. 8-all in game number 3. Oh, beautifully caught. You could see he was out of position right there, but he was able to dig into it and just get it on the table with the curve, the heavy topspin, side spin. Well fought and well deserved. And again there, the heavy topspin with the backhand, followed by the forehand, giving himself 2 game points to try and take this important 2-1 game lead and give himself 1 game away to claim the title, the under 13 title for the Queensland Open. But Lachlan is hot on his trails right now, and with the serve to try and level it all at 10-all. And the first serve does it, but not the second. 11-9. Another one close. All these games so close. Very fine margins. Now 11-9 as Boris takes game number 3 with a 2-1 game lead. He only needs one more game to close this match against a player who is keeping him on his toes and looking to crawl back. Lachlan has the strategies, he knows he can do it, and he has shown when in this game by leading. The question will be, can he hold on to those leads? Can he hold on to the mental side of the game to push through and claim game number 4 to push this to a decider? We'll see if Lachlan has what it takes. Can he turn this match around, or will Boris walk away with the title for game number 4 with Lachlan to serve? Level. Well played by both of them. You can see the patience from Boris, changing it up from that aggressive play to just a short touch before getting back into it. And making sure that Lachlan is really tested in the depths of the table. The difference between being close to the table and being further away from the table. Because, of course, a lot of more defensive Pimple players, they'll tend to stay back so they can chop. But, of course, this aggressive game, naturally, they're closer. Oh, beautiful. The deception looking like it's going to go down the line, but at the last moment changing it to go cross-court to that backhand. The ball curving away out of reach for Lachlan. And there it is again, exactly the same thing, just forcing Lachlan to have to reach for the ball. It was caught well. Lachlan just there ready to get it back. The first towel break now. Boris 4-2 up. You see the point here again. It was caught well quick, but Lachlan just there bringing it down the line to the backhand. Don't need to be 2 points behind, but can he bring it forward? I think one of the most interesting parts in this is, what are the players thinking? It's a mental game. Just because you're behind, it doesn't mean it's over, despite trailing by 5 points. And so you got to ask yourself, how can I reset, make it 0-0? Of course, this applies for both players as well. A very well, an example, I guess, I've seen that was amazing was Aditya in the Oceania Champs of 2023, I believe it was. At an 8-point lead, still told himself 0-0, making sure that he was resetting. And as you can see here, 7-5, this is that position. It's still anybody's game here. And I mean, that is just fantastic. From 7-2 down, it's now 7-all. As I was saying, what are they thinking? You got to ask yourself, how do you stay cool in these situations? How do you reset? What are things you tell yourself? Are there strategies that you might do that are comfort picks to get prepared? And how can you do it without your opponent knowing as well? the psychological part of the game. Of course, Boris still holding on here. Two beautiful forehands, and again that same side swipe almost as the ball curves away. Ooh, it was well thought out by Boris. Commendable, getting it short to the forehand, but I mean Lachlan, he's so good at just putting his bat there and the ball just goes back on. It's like an effortless shot. But it's a shot that he needs more of because 10-8 now. 2 match points for Boris to claim the title. Rather 2 championship points. And rightfully so, a timeout called. Now, Lachlan really has to fight if he's to get these 2 points back and get himself back in this match. It's still not over. However, one must expect that the pressure is certainly more on Lachlan than it is for Boris. Boris, with 2 title points here, of course, still a game up and can afford to lose a game. Not that he wants to in this position. And I'd almost argue it'd be worse if he does because of that mental side in Game 5. However, we will see if Boris can hold on. Will Lachlan be able to crack back and bring this to a 5th and deciding game? Boris with the serve. And it almost comes down, but not enough. 11-8 in the 4th game. And Boris is the new under-13 boys singles champion here in the Queensland Open for 2025. And as we see the scores, 12-10 in game number 1, 11-8 in game number 2 to Lachlan. He looked like he was coming back. In the final 2 games, 11-9 and 11-8 to Boris to claim that title. All the games so close, but in the end, there can only be one victor, and it's the one with the serve. Right here, we see that forehand deep into the backhand, and the chop just not enough. Well played by both players, but it is the number 1 seed who takes down the number 2 seed to become the champion of this match. And speaking of champions, stay tuned for more action as we start to get closer and closer to the big events, the men's and women's singles in this Open. So stay tuned. We still have the 21s to come. We'll see you guys back shortly after this.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We'll fly like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spinning apart, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spinning around, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it. Alright. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spinning around, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us all.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it. Alright. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We'll fly like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spinning around, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We'll fly like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spin in a car, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We're living it, and we'll get out. We're living it, supernova. We spinning around, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We're living it,
Sorry.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We'll fly like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spin in a car, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We'll fly like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We're living it in a world of color. We're living it supernova. We're living it in a world of wonder. Open your eyes, supernova. Live it like we're living We spinning around, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We're living
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spinning around, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us all.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We'll fly like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spin in a car, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We'll fly like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spinning apart, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
stop. Good one. Nice, nice, good. Are you going home, Oscar? Are you going? Are you leaving?
I'll forfeit my life against China. How do you know? I'm not beating him. Oh, I thought, I mean, I'm actually going to be the winner.
What are they?
If I play China or me, I might do even better. Like, I don't want to. Finish. Unlucky. Next one. Okay. Oh, that's better. That's it. Okay, go to the table. That's correct. That's correct. Okay. Okay.
Dennis. Come on, get ready.
Third ball here, third ball.
Come on, let's go. Quarter. Keep it. Dennis. Why catch two catch two? How come two catch two? Look at that, bring some.
You playing tomorrow? I was getting my back because we got to play. Are we on?
I don't know. Lucas must still have the sheet. I saw him have, but I just didn't.
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We'll fly like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby.
So he wants to come back and try and qualify. You would have to come back and play something. There are a couple of changes, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Last year they had to play 1-0 tournament, remember? But I changed. So let me check.
Good morning and good evening. We got there in the third time. Good evening and welcome back to the Queensland Open 2025. My name is Andrew Udall and I'm here joined by another commentator in the booth, Matthew Pennant, the Queensland head coach. How are you doing, mate?
I'm good, thank you. It's been a long day, Andrew. Still the morning.
Yeah, it has definitely been a long day filled with plenty of action on the court. And we're currently joining in on game number 3 of the women's singles semi-finals between Amy Zhang from the Gold Coast and Yvette from Wynnum.
Second seeded Amy seems to be doing pretty well, Andrew. I saw you commentating earlier today. She took out Sinead Keating, and I'm sure she continued all day, but looks like she's doing pretty promising here as we kind of jump in against a vet who's very experienced, so good on her.
Yeah, a player I would definitely say is a controlling and consistent player, very stable within the table and is able to basically get a lot of things back. I remember just back from when training with her, even just last year, and we can see this in this game how she is able to control. However, Amy is putting that pressure and it's not making it easy by any means.
No, certainly not. And Amy is a hard worker and she has wonderful mum Stella who helps her out. She's probably on her corner right now. We just can't see it, but they are always sitting together, and I'm sure she's developed that cool, calm, collected game from Stella.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the things I was mentioning before, is that Amy is one of those players which can be very hard to read. She's able to stay really calm even in some very, very tense situations. It's only when she starts to actually react that you really know that you're putting under pressure, which we did see in that finals of the under 15 girls. But it'll be
Mm,
interesting to see if we can actually, if the vet will be able to kind of bring that out here as well in this match.
that's right. She's a bit behind at the moment. Probably doesn't have many answers for Amy's game at the moment. The pimple seems to be giving her a lot of trouble just in what we're just seeing in this tiny little bit. But there's still time. It's only a 3 point deficit, and that can evaporate really quick in table tennis, as I'm sure you've covered today and seen plenty of times.
Oh yes, lots of matches where you think it's potentially over, but it's not. The challenge though is for both players, first of all, actually getting to a position to overcome that deficit. But then for the player that loses their lead, how do they actually manage making sure that they are still locked in, focused on the game that they're playing?
That is right. And just as this game is going on, the semi final, it looks like we've got our men's quarterfinals happening behind us because Hosway, just on that left side of the screen, is playing Hayden, who has his back to us. Number one seed versus number eight seed. So the we're definitely up to the business end of the competition, aren't we, Andrew?
Exactly. Plenty of exciting matches ahead as we enter the really the pinnacle of this tournament, the open events for the men and women singles. Amy just absolutely marching on with this game. 10-5. And that is the game. And so yeah, it is a best of seven.
Yes, it looks like it. I'm
Cool.
sure Amy's got a very good sportsmanship, so I'm sure she wouldn't be leaving without shaking hands.
That is true. And that's like one of the differences when we enter that semi-finals in these open events is we start to enter that best of seven where suddenly the mindset changes because in a normal best of five being two games down is very mentally challenging and it certainly is in a best of seven as well. However, in a best of seven, it's not like you're one game away from losing. You technically still have a little bit of leeway. But of course, being 3-0 down is certainly a challenge to overcome.
That's right, a big mountain to climb. And even practically speaking, as you know, it's been a very warm day at the hall, same as yesterday for the doubles. So the best of seven can sometimes be a bit of a curse. It's understandable at this point in the competition, but from a player's perspective, some of them been playing all day. We know Amy has. So a best of seven in this heat is probably just making it a little bit longer. So she's going to have to work hard to maintain focus here because the vet's not going to give up.
Exactly. And that's where that experience comes in as well of having to deal with these kind of situations, which both players have actually really strong experience with. I mean, Amy at the national level as well, having represented Queensland this year.
That's right. She's unflappable. I would describe her as she's very cool, calm, collected.
That's one thing that Yvette has on her side as well is those serves. It's something we've seen a lot throughout this day is how important it is to have those serves, to be able to take advantage of really that one moment where you have full control over the points.
That's right. Practice serves. Every player can practice serves, and it's something you actually don't need a training partner for. And the more you do it, the more profit you get out of it. So if you're listening, make sure to go to the practice table, do a bucket of balls before your training session, and we can promise you it'll pay off.
Very much so. And if you don't believe me, ask Luke Anderson, who was able to take a game off of an international player from Taiwan with, like, I think it was like almost 5 or 6 outright serves in a row. It was something
That's
close
right.
to that. And was allowed to not only win a game, but almost win 2 games with a player who, yeah, I mean, under 15, under 13 champion of the WTT contender in Darwin. I mean, by no means an easy feat.
And that is awesome for Luke as well. Awesome confidence. I know he racked up a good win, beating a higher seed in Lucas Green a little while ago, so he can really hold his head high after this tournament. But getting back to this game, it looks like Avet's actually in the lead.
And again, like what you were mentioning before with that heat, it'll be interesting to see if Amy is able to maintain it because, of course, for every game that Yvette crawls back in, that heat and that challenge gets even bigger.
That is right. Yvette just, I don't know how you see it, Andrew. She looks a little unsure, particularly with Amy's serves and Amy with such a good sort of backhand flat hit and forehand flat hit. Um, she can just eat those ones up for breakfast. So Yvette trying to take a swing at a few, but probably not in a way that's displaying any confidence to Amy and also to Amy's coach, Stella.
Exactly, and just in that point there, you can see the that pimple basically kind of killing the spin, and so having to adjust for that. I think the one between Luke and Yun was absolutely amazing and really just showcases the importance of technique, not just because of how amazing Yun was playing, and he's actually in the men's competition. He's fighting for that title, but also just because of how well Luke was able to handle himself and really make the match not seem so one sided.
That's right. And now the picture's back for everyone, hopefully. Amy is in the lead by 1 point, but Yvette's just caught back up to 9 all. It really is do or die for Yvette here.
It is, but if she can claim this game, it will be not only a confidence boost in this, but the confidence might potentially drop for Amy. Not necessarily because she knows she can't do it, but because of the fact that there's just that one extra game now that you have to deal with, which can sometimes just be annoying.
That's right. We'll see what Yvette does with the serves. Might go long into the pimples, and she does, but probably just not long enough because Amy just punched that one. I doubt she'll do that again now.
She almost needs to try and get into that elbow.
Mm.
Like that, actually.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it
you
was.
are a great coach, Andrew. You can read the game well, so
I mean, it's that elbow. It's such a hard place to return.
yeah, like that. She's not reading that backspin long serve well. Probably going a bit hard, but at the same time, she can't really spin it up because Amy's going to crack it. So she's in a difficult position.
Mm-hmm. Almost, but as you said, a crackling forehand to win this match. 12 to 10, by far the closest game that we've seen in this match. And despite the scores being 4 games to love, the match itself still had a lot of moments that are, I would like to say, teachable, particularly in terms of like how to deal with Pimple and also just what Amy has done. I mean, looking at this point again, opening up with that nose flip into that middle body to allow for that higher ball. And once it gets there, you know Amy's basically in a position where she will most likely not lose that point.
That's right. So that means Amy through to the final, and by the looks of it, she'll be playing against either Talisha or Viv by the looks of it, and just that table on the right side of the screen. So that'll be a nice game to watch. But yeah, Amy will be happy. Stella's coach will be very happy. Stella is her coach, so we'll see what happens next.
Exactly. And I think it's quite special to actually have your coach also be your mum. I mean, who better to know your game than someone like that who's
That's
been with
right.
you on the journey?
Yeah. Um, by the way, as you said about pimples, if anyone does know the secret to playing pimples, just put it in the comments because I'm sure everyone would appreciate it.
and also which pimples, because they are so different. Short versus long, of course. One of the most notable things with short pimple is you're more likely to get a moments of no spin, which, as we saw even in this match, has caused a lot of difficulty for Yvette. And it's something that can also be very hard to train against because it's not like most people play with pimple either. So if you have a person who plays with pimple at your club, take advantage of it and just learn how to deal with that, because all it takes is one player who is well versed with how to use their pimples, and you're going to have a really rough time.
That's right. That's right. It's unfortunately it is just by the familiarity. It looks like Talisha just beat Vivian, so we've got our Open Women's final. It is the first and second seed. So kudos to the referees once again for selecting correctly. So Talisha's going to be playing Amy in the final.
Exactly, it's a battle of the juniors as well. Both players still in that category and doing very well, respectively, in their own age categories. Of course, we're going to have a bit of a jump for Amy into this, not just the Open, but really just in her junior matches. She's also been jumping up, of course, from that under 15 all the way up to the Women's Open finals. Really shows the breadth of experience and skill that she has to be able to compete at that top level, not just in the junior category, but also the senior.
That's right. And just by watching her, she seems to really relish playing, and a lot of juniors do. It's playing those older players. It don't have to be an adult. They can just be an older junior, because really you don't have much to lose. You can sort of go out there, be quite free. Unfortunately for the older ones, all the pressure is on them. So Talisha's pretty familiar with Amy's game, but at the same time, many occasions in the past, Amy's really tested Talisha. So it's going to be a really interesting match, and certainly not a done deal for Talisha.
Exactly, and Amy is also a player that is known to create upsets, even just at the juniors this year in the under 17 category as well, beating, I believe it was Tiffany in the finals, which or on the way to the finals, which is a fantastic win. Tiffany, one of the top juniors in Queensland, so um, anything is possible, and that's what we like to see. But we'll be back for more action on, I believe, the men's singles semifinals, or it'll be the women's singles finals. We'll have one of those two coming up very shortly.
Yes, we'll see you soon.
Region.
Let's get in the car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it alright. Ooh, life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh, I just want to pull you closer, baby. We're living
Take me somewhere we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We'll fly like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over.
So here we have the final of the Open Women's Singles. Amy Jang, under 15 Queensland girls team member, will be playing Talisha Gator, under 17 Queensland girls team member. Both of these travel extensively around the country, playing a lot of tournaments, so heavily experienced. Amy, of course, as we saw before, has the pimples on her back, which may cause some troubles for Talisha, but Talisha has plenty of opportunity to play against similar players, so she may breeze through, but we shall see.
That is correct. Two players that know each other's games incredibly well. And that, of course, adds another entire dimension to the game. It's one thing to learn a player's game, it's another thing to know how their game works and find ways of being able to exploit their weaknesses whilst they do the same to you. Because, of course, there are a lot of moments in table tennis where you might know someone's weakness, but they don't know yours. But it's a lot different when you both know each other's weaknesses.
That's right. It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse, and as you know, Andrew, it can also depend on the day. Like some people just play really well in a particular condition, or just feeling good on that day. So what normally works may not actually succeed in those situations, and then it might even ask or more questions or create more problems because your sort of game plan is in tatters very early. So it'll be interesting to see what has been said between Amy and her coach Stella, and Talisha and her coach Alan before the game. They didn't have a lot of time to talk tactics, so I think it's going to be a bit on the fly, to be honest, Andrew.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is one of the benefits of the best of seven game is you have more time really to explore how to deal with your opponents. Because one of those important parts of the first couple of games in a best of seven is just figuring out how your opponent is playing on the day, what things are working. Because sometimes also those weaknesses that are usually there are not there on the day. And ones that are their strengths are sometimes their weaknesses, which seems a bit weird, but it does happen as well.
Well, we're underway. First, shout out to John for umpiring, and shout out to all the umpires for doing a heck of a lot of work this weekend, putting in some late nights and long days. So, thanks to them. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening.
And a good start for Amy down the line to the forehand, stepping around with her feet and really getting in early.
Again,
It's
this obviously,
one
obviously
thing
what
that
Stella's been saying.
Exactly. Just placement is so important, and with that short pimple, makes it even trickier for Talisha to deal with. Of course, Talisha is a player that is a very fiery player. You'll hear her, especially when she is in that commanding position and doing well.
That's
Nice
right,
simple
and
choreo.
that's right. And Talisha spends a lot of time around the Australia squad, and it's really something that's kind of encouraged from a psychological point of view. It's it's not, for those who are new to table tennis, it's not really, even though it looks it sometimes, it's not really shouting at the opponent. It's more of an affirmation, just saying basically good job to oneself. So just like that, Talisha turned away, kind of celebrated the point, just giving yourself a bit of a G up.
Exactly. And on top of that, it's almost like you're building up all this energy in an intense point, and it's a way of just letting out the excess energy to reset for the next point as well.
That's right. And there's a lot on the line here. Both are quite early in their careers. They've both done amazing things, as you've been discussing, but it's quite early in their careers to, the prospect of winning a Queensland Open. So at this point, both would be really wanting it and can almost taste it, to be honest. One more game to go.
Exactly. And they're both just as capable in this match. Of course, Talisha on paper would be the more favored to win, but that doesn't necessarily mean she will. And just from what we've been seeing, Amy's standing her ground and she's making this a tough fight.
That's right. I think, and it goes without saying, but Amy will really want to get a good start, and Stella, her coach, will know that too. Because if Talisha can get on a roll, we might find that it is a bit of a steamroller kind of thing. Amy kind of has to get on top first.
Exactly. Of course, both very different styles. You've got Amy with this harder, kind of more flat style, but still with the control between those short touches, and Talisha, who is an incredibly spinny player. Kind of reminds me actually of Connie, who's one of the best female players in Australia right now.
Yes, that's a really good observation, actually, and it's going to be interesting how that interplays with the pimples because, as we know, it's quite a humid evening, and for those who are not familiar with table tennis, that weather does play somewhat of a factor in how the ball operates, and particularly when you're spinning the ball, and even more on top of that when you're playing against someone with pimples. So it actually makes it just a little bit easier for those pimples to operate even better or more effectively against that spin than they maybe normally would.
Exactly, because now you're dealing with not just the bat, but also the weather. That really, if you've ever played a pimple player in this kind of in like a humid weather, you know it's like one of the worst experiences. Not to say that the using it is a bad person, but pimple is just better in these kinds of weathers, and it really tests you. And I think this is going to be a big test for Talisha to see how she can deal with that, of course, as well.
That's That's right. But Talisha can slap too, like that point. So Amy really cracked it at her and she was able to return it back. So just giving Amy something to think about. But 9-7 up, Stella and Amy would be very pleased right now.
Agreed. And especially 9-7 when you're 2 points away. And at 9-all if it gets there with the serve. I think Amy is a player who, if she has the serve at a point like 9-all or 10-8, it's a big advantage because her serves have won her a lot of points as well in her matches.
That's right. And a lot of, fault. And Talisha showing it, the body language paints a whole picture.
Yeah, and I think that's something as well as when you make an error like that, it's really easy to get frustrated and show it. But one of the skills really is to just not show that because showing that kind of frustration is it's fuel for your opponent.
That's right.
And well played by Amy. It was looking a little bit too safe, but she still managed to get him early with that flat shot. And when you have that slow game and it suddenly goes fast, it can really off-put you. And Talisha there was almost startled, not fully because it's not like she hasn't experienced it before, but in that body again, it's so hard to deal with. And it was enough for Amy to take that first game 11-8. You were saying before, needing that strong start, and I think this is the start they were looking for.
Yeah, perfect start for Amy. And I don't think at this point Stella would have much to say because although it was 11-8, I think Amy was constructing the points really well. Even the balls she missed, you could tell that she sort of knew what she was doing, particularly around when she was stepping around trying to flat hit really early with her forehand to Talisha. And at the moment, Talisha just not looking out of sorts, I'd say, Andrew, but probably a bit more emotion than she usually shows, and that can, like we discussed, that can always be because you're playing a younger opponent, the pressure's on you at number one seed, and again, as you say, with the pimples, that just adds another layer of that sort of not confusion, but just that extra layer of emotion that you have to deal with.
Exactly, and it's a challenge we're going to see if Talisha can overcome. It would not be the first time, but of course, every time is different. There's so much context that goes behind it, and then this one, the finals of the women's singles, it's somewhere that Talisha has been in before as well. So she's experienced this pressure. The question is can she close this game and tie it at 1, or will Amy be able to take that 2-game lead?
Pushing twice to pimples will not get Talisha there, so she's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive.
And that's something pimples can do. It can make you deceptively defensive because you
Mm,
think it's the way to go, but then it starts going up and you start questioning what's going wrong. And well, the answer is because you're being defensive.
hmm
And that's really well done. The serve and the receive, you could see the ball going up and just the patience. And again, it's not a fast shot, but it's a well placed and it's a spinny shot. And so even if it came back, it would not necessarily be coming back as what you would say an optimal shot, and it'd give Talisha a chance to really finish it if it were to come back. Of course, in this case, it didn't.
That's right, and I think Alan and Talisha have been chatting, and it certainly seems like Alan has been saying maybe serve a bit longer into the pimples because that first set she was playing a bit variable around the table. Just sorry, I'll just interrupt and say we just lost picture for a bit, and I'm sure we'll be back shortly. But just a quick chat on pimples. It's sometimes it's actually better to play into it, isn't it, Andrew? It's best not to just
Exactly,
avoid them completely.
exactly, because the whilst pimples can be frustrating to play against, there's almost
Oh, lucky.
But Pimples is almost another way where you can actually control the game, especially for long pimples. Um, of course, this being short pimple is slightly different, but even short pimple, it does reverse the spin a little bit. And knowing this means you can kind of play. It's like a little mini chess game where you have to kind of think one step ahead of what's going to come. And in that sense, you almost have more control than you realize. But it's kind of understanding that and getting into a position for that to occur that is the challenge. And I think, as you were saying, with playing more into that pimple, we're seeing it and it's working very well. 6-2 lead.
Yeah, we lost the feed for what, Andrew? 15 seconds? About 5 points played. So whatever's happening is working in Talisha's favour at the moment.
Yeah, you can see it
Really
well
good point.
deep into the back end and then exposing that middle. Again, it's that one place it's just so hard to cover. Oh.
She's almost, because Amy serves quite long typically. So it seems like Talisha's receiving just taking it probably like a half a step back. So she has more time to wind up. So speaking of serve receive, and again, I think she's really pipped Amy in this set completely. So she'll be looking to do that again.
Exactly, and this is one of those sets where when you're in Amy's position, I mean, you were saying when Talisha starts winning, she starts winning hard and on a roll, and I mean, this is that example. 10-2 is definitely not what we were expecting for this game compared to that first game, and really for Amy, uh, never say never. She still has a chance in this one, um, or not. But
No,
it's now for her. How does she reset? Of course, this game didn't go her way, but it's one of many to come, and she is by no means out of it at all. One game apiece. You can kind of think of it now as a best of five, and you're starting at 0-0. How do you reset and how do you start this game and just forget what just happened?
that's right. And I wouldn't call that, it's as you said, learning experience, but I would describe that set as probably forgettable for poor Amy. That was a bit of a shellacking, that one. But all that being said, I think there's a lot of questions that Stella and Amy will have to answer now because Talisha's really gotten into her groove in terms of tactics. So over on the Townsville side of the coaching booth, I don't think they'll have much to say at all. Just keep doing those serves, keep receiving that way into Amy. It's Amy who's going to be the one who's going to have to sort of change everything almost to kind of get Talisha out of that groove. And with the pimples on one side, yes, they're very disruptive, but they also sometimes lack a bit of variability. So it's going to be interesting to see what Amy does now.
Exactly. And as they get ready for game number 3, can Talisha march on like before? Will Amy find a way to shut down this aggressive playstyle? And the long serve again, really, really working well deep into the backhand and testing the pimples. And I was going to say, I think one of the things that'll be interesting to see is whether or not she actually plays the short game and then gets in early with the topspin, just like we saw there.
It will be interesting because I don't think that's a really, I wouldn't say unfamiliar, but just not a sort of native thing for Amy to do. She's really trying to get the other player to either push it soft so she can punch it or open it soft. So if he pulls out the short game, it's a testament to Amy and Stella for sort of adding that to the game because from my experience, it's just not something she does very often.
Exactly, and I think that's the important part is of the game is adaptability. Because as we're seeing here, that long game, it's not going to work. Talisha is a very aggressive player, and she knows, and I think this is one of the things she's being told, is just to get in early. I know it's a tactic told to a lot of players, and especially within Townsville, is just get in early and not give your opponent the chance to take control. And Talisha's doing that, and it's working really well for her.
That's right. And for those statistics fans out there, I think it's something like if you open first or attack first, you're sort of 75% chance you're going to win the point. So just from a mathematical point of view, it's always in your best interest, unless you're a chopper, to kind of attack first.
Yeah, exactly. Um, but even as a chopper, sometimes in that long point, when you attack first after the pushing and the chopping, it can be pretty deadly.
That's right. And just in that end of that point there, I don't know if you saw it, Andrew, but it seemed like she is actually trying to go a bit shorter, Amy, into that forehand of Talisha's.
Yeah, and I think that's where the pimple becomes more effective as well. And it'll be interesting to see if she actually tries to twiddle. It's something I don't think I've seen her do that often, but it is something that short pimple players can do.
Hmm.
I think she's also trying to get a little bit more on the center line to really make Talisha guess and have to really choose: am I going to play a backhand or am I going to play a forehand? Oh,
Really good rally.
I think that is the point of the match. I mean, Talisha's literally on the floor.
Now they're straight back into it. No rest for these guys. They're tough. Usually there's a bit of a break between those kind of points, but they're straight back into it.
And you see, I actually think that's a tactic on Amy's part because she knows with her faster game, if she can speed the pace up a little bit for Talisha and basically prevent her from recovering from those longer points, she's probably going to be in a better position. And I mean, right now, 6-all in the second towel break. What was seeming to be a bit of a rough start, and now it's still anybody's game. One game apiece, 6-all. Well, you can see how much that one meant.
Amy just looking towards Mum for a bit of advice. I think Stella's starting to identify here that the way Amy is dealing with those long serves to the backhand is just not going well.
Yeah, exactly. And you can also see that Talisha is really taking advantage of that deep backhand as well. A bit of fortune, but the right idea, getting that forehand wide. And as I was saying earlier, with the amount of spin that Talisha puts on, you can see it as the ball curves away.
Yeah, she's hitting her stride now, Andrew. It'll be a tough climb for Amy to get back into this set. It's kind of that 6-all has evaporated really, really quickly.
And I mean, that it can happen. It can really happen. I mean, yeah, credit where credit is due. I mean, Talisha just resetting. I mean, that is, I think, a classic example of a player resetting. You were leading, then it ties up. You tell yourself it's okay. We start from scratch again, and suddenly from 6-all in a blink of an eye, it's 11-6, and Talisha's 2-1 up. And I think really this game, out of anything, was a lesson for Amy because I think this game really told her what did work and what didn't work.
Yeah, that's right. I think that the coach is just a tale of two different coaching dispositions at this point. For Alan, who's coaching Talisha, there's really not a whole lot to say because the serve. It's a wonderful feeling as a coach to kind of have a tactic that you know is tried and tested and works. And meanwhile, it's very hard as a coach, in Stella's point of view, to know that the other players know a tactic that's worked really well. And how on earth are you meant to change things up or help your player change things up to negate that? And at this point, I'm not sure Amy's really got the tools to do it unless she starts stepping around, but that's not really part of her game.
Exactly. However, I would also say that she did show that she has the ability to. I think the challenge is really a mental one as well, and really having to ask yourself. I know it's going to feel uncomfortable, but I just have to do it because if I don't, I have no chance in this match.
That's right, and it's an interesting thing, and we'll go into a psychology lesson while the feed's taking a quick break. But oh, we're back. But sometimes, even if you miss the ball, just the act of going for what you'd probably call a high risk shot just puts a little seed of doubt into the other player's mind about, well, you missed it that time, but I could do it again.
Exactly. High risk, high reward, and that's really the one of the biggest differences between the better players is that they go for those high risk shots, but they know they're going to get it. And I think a lot of players can get those shots, but it's that mental side of being doubtful that they might not that causes them to either stumble and miss the point, or just not go for it in general.
That's right. A really good piece of advice I heard from another coach once was you can't win off your opponent's bat, which is a very general statement, but at the same time, it holds a lot of truth. So it's good for juniors to kind of keep that in mind that to be aggressive, and because you're so new in your career, you have so much time to develop your game. And if you can develop the skill of being aggressive and taking risks early, you have a bright future ahead of you.
Exactly. And I mean, that point there is a good example. Amy took the risk. Of course, it didn't pay off in this situation, but she has to take those ones. But she's
I
going
don't
to have
know,
to change
Andrew.
it, I think. Yeah,
The,
she's
the,
going to have to
the,
change it.
yeah, and even the receives right now that Talisha's doing. The first set that we saw, Amy was sort of winning a heap of points off the serve, but it would be a very uncomfortable situation for her right now because those serves, the effectiveness has really been um, drawn back to nothing at this point.
Yeah, and as I was saying at the start, like those first couple of games, it's about getting used to your opponents. And even though Talisha knows how Amy plays, it's still different when you're actually playing with them and what their serves are. And for all you know, in that short time that you haven't played, because they of course are in very different parts of Queensland, about almost about as far as it goes. Um, there's things that they might learn or do that you're just not used to. And I think learning those in those first couple of games it's so vital. And Talisha has shown that she's basically done that right now. But Amy is still having to crawl back from it.
Yeah, that's right. And it's good in the first sets particularly the first set, as you say, to experiment with your opponent, to try lots of different things. Oftentimes, it's a bit of a waste of a first set to not do that. And since the feed is now back, it's now 9-2 to Talisha. So whatever she's doing at the moment, still working really well.
Yeah, 9-2 is it is something, and I mean the downside of being the player down in this is that now Talisha can take really big risks, and I mean she has what I would almost say is a bit of a cushion, but at her level, you know that I mean there's a great example. You know that she's probably just going to get it on, so it's not even a risk at that point.
That's right, and she is an extremely hard worker. So all these great shots that you're seeing from her are all developed by hours and hours of training. Same thing with Amy, both really hard workers, but naturally Talisha being the older of the two, she's just got a couple more years under her belt, and it's really starting to show here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean these games are. They're starting to become a bit one-sided, and this is what you were saying when Talisha gets into a rhythm. It can be very challenging to break it, especially when you are playing someone who knows your game. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. I mean, the first game 11-8, but these next three games they've been pretty dominant by Talisha, and I think she has found that strategy.
That's right, quite resounding at the moment, and that means that Talisha is one set away from converting her Townsville Close victory just a week or two ago into a Queensland Open women's victory, which is quite good for her, and it's a really good way to cap off the year, really.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think you could ask for anything better to finish the year. Um, yeah,
No,
it's quite impressive.
that's right. And really, if you notice there, Talisha is well and truly back to the table. So Alan giving just her a quick coach, probably feeling pretty comfortable at this point. We'll see if Amy has something new, but I think if she sticks to the same rhythm and the plan that she's doing, I think it'll be a similar scoreline, Andrew.
No, I do agree, but we'll see if she has a way to adjust her playstyle here. That was smart again into that middle, and Felicia going for the wider forehand, but because of that placement, she just slightly miscalculated it.
We're going wide into forehand, Andrew. It's a complete 180 of the plan, it looks like. The backhand to backhand game isn't favouring Amy anymore, so she's going to take a bit more risk, go wide into Talisha's forehand really early.
Oh, this is fantastic play. Really, really smart play right here for the first 3 points, taking advantage of the forehand into the middle as well, and almost as you were saying, allowing Talisha to open. But we see how the forehand on that open can sometimes be a little bit higher. And I think that's where Amy can take advantage.
That's right, and that's the thing with doing a lot of training. If you get caught short, you always go for the shot that's the easiest. So if you're doing a lot of training, and if Amy is able to get the ball wide enough to Talisha's forehand, she's probably naturally going to go cross court, which is just what Amy wants, so she can crack it with that forehand.
Exactly. But the thing is how often is she going to do it? Because as soon as she reverts back to that backhand because she thinks she's on a lead and is getting comfortable, that's when that lead can be stolen very quickly.
Yes, that's right. High risk, high reward, as you said.
Yeah, and I mean, I think in a position when you're down three games, you really don't have, and also as you said, when you're younger, you have nothing to lose. So there's no real harm in doing these more unorthodox strategies for yourself to just
No, that's
make
right.
sure.
And she's still up as the feed comes back, now 4-3. And pivoting, like we talked about.
Yeah, I mean it was risky because she did that serve into the backhand, but I think that step around paid off for it. Right idea. I think it was the right idea trying to go opening up down to that forehand, but I think the heavy backspin on the pimple makes it a little bit trickier.
That's right. And as you say, the options are really limited right now. It's basically do that or go back into Talisha. Talisha having a go going wide to the forehand, which is a bit of a worry for Amy because it's like, oh, well, she can do it too.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it was well set up. It was well set up. I
There's
think,
the
and
timeout.
I think a well done timeout as well. I mean, in a point like that where you would basically bring it down to an unforced error. I mean, you can't fault Amy for the strategy in how she crafted that point. It was just that finish, and I think part of that error is now coming down to just pressure, being down like this.
That's right. And this set, Amy's points have been really well constructed. So Stella, I don't think has a lot to say here in terms of tactics. Probably just I heard you mention earlier in the day. Sometimes it's best just to break the rhythm of the opponent. Amy did really well to get the lead. Talisha just sort of clawed it back. But certainly tactically it's all fine. Probably just taking a moment to break Talisha's rhythm so she doesn't get on a roll again like she did in the last three sets.
Yeah, exactly. Because as we were saying, you can be leading and it can be 6-all at one moment, and then the next moment you blink and it's 11-6. And she really wants to prevent that disaster from happening again.
That's right. So timeout gone for Amy. You're only allowed one per match for each player. Talisha's still got one in the pocket, which is a lot of comfort for her coach Alan, I'm sure.
Exactly, especially with the lead that she has. Oh, she did it again. She stepped around.
It takes a lot of bravery to do that. It's not really, as you said, Amy can do it, but really she usually saves it for like a poor quality ball coming back to her. So to be doing it against like a pretty run of the mill push really shows where this game is at right now tactically.
Exactly, and I mean, high risk, high reward. We've been saying it all this time, and you got to go for those gutsy shots because as soon as they start to pay off, it's not just the fact that you're getting points on it; it's the fact that your opponent is now starting to potentially get a bit worried that you're actually able to do that. Because a strategy that might seem like it's working over time might slowly fade away if the opponent gets used to it. The question is, does Amy still have time to be able to get to that position?
That's right. And with the stream gone, we don't know what's happening, but oh, we're back. And
Ooh.
Amy's now down. I think it's 8-7 Talisha's serve. No, Amy's serve.
Ooh, good serve as well to get there. You could see the idea from Talisha, but just slightly missing it on. At high risk, high reward. But 8-all, definitely a better set for Amy. Right idea. You could see that forehand. It was waiting there, but a part of me felt that might have been a little bit hesitant. That shot.
It was, I agree, Andrew. And she was just shaking her legs out a bit there. I think fatigue starting to set in after a long day. Um, 2 match points in the pocket for Talisha, or championship points, shall we say.
Yep, exactly. The 2 gold medal points for the number 1 seed to see if she can claim this title. Title I believe she's won before too.
I think you might be right. She's still hitting really freely, so I think Alan would be happy with that. She's certainly that point wasn't rushed.
Ooh, it was so close.
Oh, I thought it was an edge for a moment.
No, no, it was so close. But with that 11-9 in game number 5, Talisha taking the match 4 games to 1 and the title of the 2025 Open Women's Singles Champion here in the Queensland Open for 2025. And I think despite the loss for Amy, this is still a lesson for her. And I think she will be looking back at this match, at those moments that did work, those strategies that did work. And I would say I wouldn't be surprised if she trains on some of those situations to be better prepared for it in the future.
That's right. There's no doubt at all about that. The coaching team of Amy, Stella, her mother, will be working hard on that. I think, as you say, she can hold her head up high. She certainly had a rough couple of sets in that second and fourth, but all the same, Talisha played extremely well throughout, and it just shows her chops as like an Australia squad member. And as you said, as we said right at the start, really the experience shone through. Rough start for Talisha, but didn't really phase her. She just kind of regrouped and had no problem after that.
Exactly. And I mean, this is that difference between the number 1 seed. You've built that experience, and it's something that doesn't just happen. It's something that has to build over time. And of course, time is something that Talisha has had to her advantage as well.
That's right. And we should mention, if you can see on that right hand side of your screen, I believe that is the semi final again with the number 1 and 3 seeds. So, number 1 seed being Hayden, and number 3 seed being Yuncheng Lo. So we can't see the score, unfortunately, but that one is for a ticket to the final.
And I would be betting it's a good semis as well. Of course, Hayden is a player who has had many successes in the national level and has even played internationally. Of course, he is facing against a current international player from Taiwan.
And he's
And from
just got that set, I think, Andrew.
I agree. But something tells me it must be relatively close because the fact that the match is still not over. So we will be seeing what those scores are. And of course, for those wondering of where to find those scores, you can check the Table Tennis Queensland website, looking under the Queensland Open and the draws, updating live as the event progresses. And you'll be able to see how the match goes at the end of it. But for now, we'll be back for the men's singles finals, the last match of the day, shortly after this.
We spinning apart, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking its toll.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over.
Semi-finals time, it appears. So we have, this is the other side of the draw. We've got Naoya Yamamoto in the purple. He is the number 2 seed, and he is playing the number 4 seed, Serif Bakane. So again, on these two tables, kudos to the referees and organising the seedings. It's all going according to plan at this point.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, this matchup is one I would say we've had many times in the past. I mean, Seraph is one of these players who, I mean, he is, I would say, pretty much a legend, at least in the sport within Queensland. He's played for a decent amount of time and he keeps putting up amazing results. And of course, as a father to more amazing table tennis players, I just think of Zach Bakane in the most recent times. But I mean, these two players, they are as well another fantastic player and one who has put up many good results, not just in the Queensland Open, but also the Queensland Closed and, of course, the national champions, as I believe he was in the men's A team for nationals.
Yes, yes, yes to all the above. So Seraph really is the one of the evergreen trees of Queensland table tennis. He's excellent technique, and I believe partially self-taught, Andrew. So kudos to
That's
him.
impressive.
That's right, and yes, as you said, massive impact on the sport, bringing Zaki and Mina into the world, both excellent players, facing off against Naoya, who's recently just been at the National Veterans Championship. I believe his first time in the over 30s event playing for Queensland, as you say, in the A team, and he did really, really well. And just to put it out there, veterans, certain as you're about to see, certainly does not mean any less than just regular open players. There's plenty of great points played at the veterans, just as many or more as the open seniors, and I'm sure we're about to see that right here.
I agree, and if you don't believe me, just ask Ma Long. He was winning Olympics when he was in his veteran years.
That's right. That's right. Veterans is over 30s in table tennis, at least domestically in Australia for those new to table tennis.
Yep, I mean, what, Marlon was 32 when he won his last Olympic medal, and apart from being the oldest person to do it, I mean, that's veteran level, and we're going to see here that it really age is just a number. Because whilst they might not be as fast as some of the juniors, although I think these two are still very fast players, they are certainly well versed within the tactical side, and they are very much experienced. And on top of that, have a very good feel for the game as well. I mean, it's something we haven't really mentioned about yet, is how feeling the spin is such another dimension to have to think about.
That's right. And just looking at the warm up already, they just got a bit envious, actually. Such good feeling for the ball. Naoya, particularly, um, he's got a lot of physicality about his game. As we're about to see, he moves really, really, really well around the court. So he's going to be trying to exploit that as much as possible against Seraph, who's kind of on the other end. He's kind of very solid, stays close to the table, and will be trying to make Naoya really run.
He's pretty much a tank. Just doesn't move and just absolutely just shreds everyone in front of him.
That's right, but with awesome, awesome feeling, Seraph. So
Exactly. Deadly feeling. And of
I
course,
think it's
part of it is just you can't tell where it's going to go. Deception as well.
that's right. And I was just about to mention it's going to be a lot about service receive here too. I know both of these players, particularly Naoya, spent a lot of time just practicing service, which is great to see and a great example for younger players.
Exactly. And as someone who's played against him as well, he can be pretty unorthodox as well. He can really shake up his playstyle.
Just like that, that last backhand not really out of the tops or level one coaching manual, but if it works, it works. A resounding start for Naoya actually, so we might be seeing Naoya's kind of had some time to figure out Seraph's game. It'll be interesting what Seraph does now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there's another one of those slightly more unorthodox ways of doing a forehand, but everything is still there going forward, making sure that weight is in the right direction. And they're deceptively spinny shots as well.
That's right. I dare to think that maybe Seraph's thinking I actually need to slow the ball down a little bit to Naoya because Naoya really thrives on speed. So if he can get Naoya to sort of sit back from the table a bit and then slow the ball down, it wouldn't be surprising if he catches him out. And he's starting to claw his way back here.
Beautiful. I mean, that right there is just exactly what you were saying. I mean, just slowing it down, making sure to just place the ball correctly, and then when you get those easier shots, going for speed. I mean, it's really just a control game for Seraph, and that's his strength. That's what he is so good at. And when he's in a groove, he's pretty much bullies you basically.
Yeah. A few roars of affirmation from Naoya. Those unfamiliar with Naoya, you can expect plenty more of that as the tournament goes on.
Yes, exactly. And of course, the more heated it gets, the more rooms you can hear him from. And that's not to say that he's by any means rude. It's just it's his way of, as you were saying, affirming to himself that what he's doing is correct. Yeah, kind of reminds me of the Harimoto of Queensland.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful rally, and the change of pace, just a slightly slower ball when Seraph is further back.
That's right, and that's that veteran's experience. It doesn't always have to be hard to win the point. You can very easily win a point just with a nice steady ball. Just like that, it's exactly not as quite a bigger rally, but the same thing in reverse. Get them back from the table, then go a bit softer.
Exactly, and you go softer into a very wide angle, and it can be very hard to get. He's doing very well to claw himself back in this game. I mean, what seemed like an almost uh, pretty quick game, and now 9-7. It is still anyone's game. Oh, never mind, 10-7.
It's interesting though, like at this point, Seraph hasn't actually missed many balls. Like you just can't expect Seraph to miss the ball. He's extremely consistent, and that's where Naoya's probably, if he gets a bit tense, he's going to struggle.
Exactly, and that's as we saw in the previous match. Those moments where you blink and now suddenly it's 10-all. Oh, beautifully played. I mean, the follow through with that backhand, clean as it can be.
That's right. Like he bought one.
Oh, and in the blink of an eye, it is 10-all. I mean, two absolutely perfectly played points by Asera. I mean, he's really showing that experience right now. I mean, it's just a masterclass.
That's right. That was a perfect 3 points, Andrew. I don't think you could ask for much more out of Seraph.
Wow, what an absolute change in the tempo. And just from down what seemed to be pretty rough, I mean, 6 points down. He was 6 love down, and now taking the match, so the game, 12-10. I mean, that is an absolutely outstanding comeback and an impressive start, and just showing why he is as good as he is.
That's right. And a quick look as Naoya walked back to the near the camera, a bit of a look of disbelief on his face as to what just happened to his lead. Um, so now, no, I can't really see whether Seraph has a coach, but it looks like Naoya doesn't. And sometimes, particularly in a situation like this, that might actually play into his disadvantage because at these points against someone like Seraph, you really need someone behind you on the bench just saying, it's all good, Naoya. You did the right things. There's just a couple of things you need to fix. One of them being stay a little bit closer.
Exactly, and also just another perspective can be very important. But I mean, yeah, Seraph just really showing his experience out here of how well he's able to control, as you were saying, close to the table. And despite being closer to the table and not being able to move as much as he might have in the past, he's still just able to get everything back, and not just back on the table, but with a purpose.
Mm. And I should just mention we have a bit of a news update in terms of how the tournament is running. So, because we're running a little bit behind, obviously Andrew and I are more than happy to be here, but they're actually changing the semi final at this point to best of five.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I was not expecting that. Well, that certainly changes the dynamic.
A bit less time for Naoya to change this up because he's already 4-1 down.
Exactly. And I mean, 4-1 in one game down now is quite a big change.
There we go. He may have just cracked the code a little bit, just going, as we saw in that previous game with Amy and Talisha, sometimes it's better to go wide into the forehand first. Seraph's sitting very comfortably in that backhand at the moment, so it might just be worth taking Seraph wide, because as we talked about, he doesn't hit very hard, so it may not hurt Naoya to go into that wide forehand.
Exactly. And I think as just seen there, that heavy spin, if you can push him deep and get him a bit awkward, especially when he's close to the table, you can get some points from it. And visible frustration.
Understandable frustration.
Not wrong there. I will
Yeah,
say his backhand a little bit more inconsistent than it's been in the past.
yeah, this one, yeah, as you said at the start, Sarah's so smooth and with a lot of spin on the ball. I think the backhand to backhand is just not working for Naoya. Going wide into the forehand just like this, working just a touch better.
Exactly. He really needs to push Seraph out of his comfort zone and make him move, because currently Seraph hasn't needed to move that much. And just like that.
That's right, and he's actually pretty good in the middle, I think, Andrew Seraph. He's able to just, twist his body and do just enough to get the ball on. He's not looking to hit a winner. But here we go. It's Naoya's done really well here to kind of claw the lead all the way back, and now he's leading.
Exactly, and I think this is a huge motivation as well. I mean, you in the previous game, you've been 6 points down, and suddenly you lose the game. I think it's a bit refreshing to start to do the same thing, but this time you're the one in the leading position. Oh, beautiful. I mean, I think he's also slowing it down right now. He's focusing on a heavy spin game and really making Sarah have to work for those counter forehands, the counter loop.
That's right. And Seraph does a lot of coaching for those who don't know. So he spends a lot of time feeding to players. So he knows balls just hit to him. He's very, very comfortable. So Naoya is doing good here, just changing the pace, making it a bit less like a training session, I would say, Andrew.
Yeah, making it unpredictable. And there's
Few
some nice
wayward
spin
shots
hits.
by Seraph this set.
Exactly, yeah. He's won a few just outright points on his spin. Ooh, I mean, this is looking a lot better for him now.
Mm. Should just mention for those tuning in, kudos to the players. It is very warm conditions. Bit hard to see in the background, but the tall man in the blue and the orange, he's changed his shirt. So conditions are very warm in here. So players just making do with what they can.
Exactly, and I mean, uh, the weather it can greatly affect how you play. And Seraph is he's trying to crawl back.
He's done it once.
Exactly. Naya has to make sure he's still locked in if he's to take this game.
Oh, umpire didn't see the let. So for those new to the sport, it's in these matches it's the umpire that needs to call stop to the play. So play must continue until that happens. So despite the ball coming in, umpire not seeing it, Sarah's point.
That was, I would say, a very, very gutsy move by Seraph. And it almost paid off, but unfortunately not enough. 11-9 to Naoa in the second game, and now one apiece. Of course, in the best of seven, this is still early, but in the best of five, suddenly things are a lot more interesting because now the players have one less game that they require to win. And now both of them are, in theory, one more game closer each to getting into that finals that they are both, of course, chasing after. And they will be playing the winner of the match between Hayden and Yun, which still going, tells me that that match must be very close.
Yes, and because they probably initiated their match as a best of seven, it's probably being continued as such. So while this one may be best of five, I wouldn't be surprised if the one behind us is still the traditional semi-final format of best of seven.
Exactly.
Bit disruptive for the referee to come in and say, "Hey guys, sorry, we're going to make your game a bit shorter."
Exactly. And I think it's an interesting concept to talk about on a mental game, whether or not that would affect how they play as well. Ooh, and it seems
Oh,
like
it's
it's
over.
I don't know who won though.
I believe it was the number three seed. There was a big lobbying rally. There was barriers flying everywhere, but I think that he ended up winning that rally. So our number three seed, Wonder Kid, International Wonder Kid, is through to the final, I believe.
Well, of course, we'll find out very shortly. But if this is the case, I think we have our upset of the tournament. And I think it would be even more interesting if Seraph wins this. It'll be both number one and two seeds out.
That's right. But Naoya ahead here. He's probably seems to be gotten into a bit of a rhythm. Seraph, probably the only downside to Seraph's game is he plays so smoothly and so beautifully. If you can start to get a rhythm, you can kind of start expecting what's coming.
Exactly, and I think that's it's an advantage in some situations, and it's a disadvantage in others.
That lead is now gone after a massive backhand by Seraph. So looks like Andrew Seraph's going to start taking a little bit more risk, particularly on the backhand, just going a little bit harder.
Yeah, exactly, and I think part of this is also just to try and break the rhythm of Naoa as well. But still taking those risks. I think despite the slower game, he still goes for them all the time. And I think that's part of the reason why he's doing so well as well.
That's right. This is a tight set so far. I think both have a better idea of what they're doing, but so it's a bit of a deadlock right now.
Oh, I mean, every time I see him play, just the way he hits his strokes. I mean, you just don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah, he's just got so much time. It seems. It seems just everything's so smooth as butter.
Exactly.
I think that's the first reverse serve we've seen from Seraph. So he does have a lot of tools in his toolbox in terms of serve that he can pull out sort of at any time.
Yeah, exactly.
And as you said earlier, Andrew, this third set, particularly now that it's a best of five, this set it really is critical.
It is. It's. I mean, for best of five, that position of being one game away of winning is it's a huge mental advantage. And I think this is part of the reason why the set is so close because they're both fighting so hard to get that important game. Oh, beautiful change of direction. Oh, I absolutely love it.
Nowhere just had to acknowledge they're just too good. Seraph again just showing like he has all the time in the world. Naoya is scrambling all over the place. Kudos to him. As we said, he's very fit, but didn't matter to Seraph at all. Just kept going wider and wider.
That's what I mean. It's like he's getting bullied.
Yeah,
Of course, in reality, not so much the case because the scores are still very much tight. But I mean, he could be down by 6 points, and the way he hits his strokes, you still feel like it was unfair.
oh, uncharacteristic push miss for Seraph there. Obviously feeling the tightness of this set just a little bit. Neither of these guys will probably want to go to five because they still both got a game to go, as in the final.
Exactly. And the last thing they want to do is be down and under the pump in terms of not just heat but also energy when they're playing against a player not only as good as Yunis, but I mean he's still under 17. He has that advantage of just being faster and more agile.
That's right. And just looking at what's happened in these last 2 points, Naoya really finding his groove with the serves. Just two basically receive misses from Seraph. And interestingly, Andrew, as you said before, both of them going straight to the middle, one long, one short. So Seraph not handling that middle ball as well at the moment.
Exactly. And again, well placed. I mean, Noah is finding his requirements to win this match. Now 2-1 up in games. He won the most important, well, I guess the second most important game other than the one that seals the deal. And now puts himself 1 game away from getting into the finals as we see this point again, just into that deep backhand and slightly slowing it down to force that error. It almost looks like it hit the finger. Now, as you look at the scores, 12-10, 11-9, 11-8. I mean, they've all been really, really close.
Well, we're all about giving value here, Andrew, and this is a really tight game for viewers. So let's hope it continues. Obviously, hopefully it won't. For in terms of what the organizer are hoping for, this game hopefully be over quickly so we can fit in that final. Because it looks at this point with about 45 minutes of playtime in the hall left to go, it may be best of five as well.
Exactly. I would not be surprised if that was the case.
That being said, Seraph would definitely not care about all of that. He wants to win, so he's hoping to take this set.
And a little bit of an update on the previous semi-finals that we saw. Indeed, Yun Chung Lo did beat Hayden, and it was in a sixth game, 4-2. He was able to win the first 2 games 11-8 before losing the third game 11-8, winning the fourth game 11-7, losing the fifth game 13-11, and of course winning that final game that we saw 11-2. So a close match, and of course the winner of this match will face him in the finals as well.
And it looks at this stage, Andrew, to maybe be Naoya. Timeout called by Seraph here, 4-0 down, Naoya 2-1 up, and winning a lobbing rally, which most table tennis players know. If you miss a smash, that's a bit devastating for your mental game.
Exactly. Every single time you miss a smash, you have to do like, I don't know, 20 push-ups or something. I remember those training regimes. But yes, of course, that is where the pressure comes in, and I think lobbing rallies. It's if there's one player I can think of who is very good at those, it's Hayden.
Yeah, that's right. Naoya just trying to embody that a little bit in that rally, doing really well, really sky-high lobs. Maybe you can see those fans going up the top. Maybe they're just pushing the ball a little bit in weird ways for Seraph, but he seemed pretty comfortable. Just a bit of an easy miss. And as we said, both of them feeling the heat. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Fatigue starting to set in.
Exactly, especially being at the end of the day, yeah, quite literally the end of the day, just after 9:15. I think the players are also just feeling the physical and the mental fatigue. Oh, beautifully played by Naoya. Just having the bat there to get it back. We were talking earlier about the feeling, and this is a great example of that there. The bat just there to block it on, and then with the next point, stepping around for that more aggressive forehand, the ball hooking away on that live forehand side.
And just an example of Naoya's physicality. Just a fault there from Naoya, but probably just going for a bit more risk given that he's got a bit of cushion. But as we're talking about, Naoya is very fit, very physical in his game, and it's starting to show. Look at that.
Exactly, and I think he's also taking the ball a little bit earlier in those counter exchanges. However, he does still have to be careful because Seraph is a player who can get them back.
Really starting to exploit that middle, isn't he, Andrew? Seraph just not getting there at the
Yes.
moment.
Especially because of the speed. I think
Probably
that's
what
one of the
Naoya has
advantages.
to. The main thing Naoya has to do right now, I would say, Andrew, is just try not to go too hard, trying to kind of muscle your way to victory. He's done well with those two serves. I think as long as he just stays up to the table, stays steady, I would say we've almost certainly got our finalist in Nagoya.
Exactly, and I think he's got that mental advantage here as well, being 4 points ahead in the game. That of course will seal his ticket into the finals. Uh, wow, that was I was gonna say. I mean, you can see it as how gutsy he's going, and you were saying about how fit he is. I mean, that I think embodies the fitness that he has as a player.
Oh, not done yet, Sarah. Match point.
He has 5 match points now to take this match 3 games to 1 in the surprise best of 5. And all he needs is 11-5, and a well fought match by Seraph. I mean, he was looking to be comfortable at the start, but I think Naoya just breaking that rhythm, finding that strategy that was important by himself as well. Of course, we don't know if Seraph had a coach, but Naoya pulling it through in what I would say, well, I mean, the scores show it, the most decisive of the 4 games, 11-4. And now, with our last finalist booked, we have the two ready for the open singles, men's singles finals. And I think we might have a very interesting match on our hands. One player that we know, but one player that we don't know that well.
No, I think Naoya is known for sort of pulling off big upsets because, as we saw in that set, he is a bit of a grafter. He's willing to trade punches in terms of counter top spins and stuff like that. He's a bit of an all rounder. So if young Yun is feeling a bit tired at almost 9:30 and what has been a really long day, Naoya might just push him.
Exactly, and I mean, we know that he is by all means beatable. Again, Luke Anderson, and I mean, really, I think the real winner here is Luke. I mean, he must be feeling amazing on how well he did against a player who is now in the finals of the men's singles open. But you know, he's beatable, and I think one of the other advantages that Naoya has going into this event is, and I think this is for all players who watch the stream, you get a chance to actually see your opponent play. And I think it'll be interesting to see if Naoya was able to figure out any strategies to be able to take out either Hayden or, of course, the player he will be playing, which is Yun. It'll be interesting to see how the two players kind of learn each other's styles, because I think that will be the really important start of the match. And I think that's where experience will prevail.
Yes, I think, Andrew, we're probably going to have a really quick break because, as we talked about, everyone needs to get out of this hall pretty quickly. So we'll probably have a very short break and then we'll be back for the men's final.
I agree. Well, we'll see you guys.
We spinning way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us all.
It is
We'll take it back.
showtime, Andrew.
And that is Naoya and the 17-year-old, or I think actually he's only turning 16 this year. Uh, Potentially even younger. I'm actually can't remember how old he is based on his previous events, but nonetheless, a very young player in this finals. Kind of reminds me of another player that we've had in the past in our finals, Jacob. Jacob Huang. Of course, this one on the more international side from Taiwan.
Yes, indeed, Andrew. And as you said, we'll get a chance to really see him up close. I think he has been on live stream before today, Andrew, but I'm not 100% sure. But in any case, we get to see him face off against one of the great state of Queensland's finest open men's players.
Exactly, and we did see him off in the under 19 actually it was boys singles finals against Luke Anderson, and that was a close game, close match, 3 games to 1, and there were definitely close sets. However, one of the things I noticed is he's a player that is very calm, very collective, almost makes no sound. I think you could see that from when he was playing against Hayden, and he's just a very consistent player. And but in particular, one thing we'll notice is his elbow is very, very well centered.
This will be the key. I assume he's got great serves. Naoya will have to get used to them very quickly because I can confirm this will be a best of 5.
Exactly. Oh, very good control from Naoya. I think that is something we'll have to see is how does Yun do against this more kind of controlled playstyle that can suddenly become aggressive.
I will say though, Naoya definitely cannot be blocking the whole match.
Of course, agreed. Or doing that either.
No. Well, Andrew, he knows what not to do now, so he's ready to win. And this is the
I
thing,
think another
Andrew.
element.
Sorry, you go ahead.
I was just say, being younger and the idea of having nothing to lose.
Yes, that's right. And also, I think we can see already that Yun has some really quality shots. So what Naoya was getting against Seraph was, of course, quality, but you can just see the ball is spinny and just going that little bit lower. So Naoya is not even getting a chance at this point to counter topspin. So I don't think Naoya is being passive as per se. I just think he can't seem to see the ball to attack. And now he's starting to go for desperation already, Andrew.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the things he's going to have to try and do is play those half-long balls. I think they work very well for Luke. However, if he goes too long, I mean, this is where he will lose points very quickly because Yun is definitely a player who knows to be aggressive. Very well played. I mean, that's the thing, pushing him all the way back.
And really good
It's also
receive
one
as
way
well.
to
That
go.
was a heavy topspin kicker from Yun. So he's really asking questions of Naoya's receives at the moment. And Naoya getting that ball back, as we talked about before, just showing that he can do it, might be enough to eliminate that serve of Yun's just for now.
Exactly. I mean, one of the more deadly serves that he has is that a topspin. The shovel serve with the topspin as it kicks into the top of the bat. A lot of players I've seen have struggled with it so far. Oh, beautifully played. Really early on the top of the bounce. Just giving you no time to recover.
Pretty comfortable first set, Andrew. Naoya had some well-constructed points in there, but this is the thing. There's just no kind of mercy in Yun's game. Anything, and I heard you mention it before when you were live streaming some of his matches, anything that is not quality is going to be dispatched pretty easily.
Exactly, and I think Naoa had a bit of a rough start, but I think the second half he was starting to get a bit into it, and I think it'll be interesting to see how he starts the next game. Of course, we're seeing here he has the placement, and I think he does have the strategy. It's about locking in and just reducing a little bit of those unforced errors, and just applying the pressure.
That's right, and it looks like at this point Naoya actually has a coach on his side this time, and of course, being the local hope in this final, he may have an entire wall of coaches willing to help him, but at least he has one at the moment.
Ooh, close.
Yun just doing really good there just to continue to build that pressure on Naoya. Naoya finally kind of, I suppose, cracking and trying to go for that counter topspin, and look at that.
Oh, jeez! Oh my word! Oh yeah, good luck for those
Yeah,
ones.
that's
Those
right.
are the ones you just clap and say, "Yep, good job, you got me there." And such good quality for his age.
That's right. And just for those at home, of course, Yun is not Just a random, he is a internationally experienced player, having competed at some WTT events, and for those who are unaware, that is World Table Tennis, and even taking home a title, I believe.
He actually took down 2 titles in the last year's event in Darwin. Oh, beautiful! That's the snake! Yeah, the proper shot.
Really good by Naoya. Naoya at this point I would describe as fighting for his life, but certainly making a good game out of it.
Ooh. There's a term that Adam Barbara loves to use for those, and they call taxi shots.
Yeah, taxi. And it just goes to show how quality those balls of Yun's are, because as we talked about in the previous match, Naoya is very physical, very fast on his feet, and for him to not be there for a ball, that says a lot about how hard and how wide Yun is hitting.
Exactly, and the other thing is that when a ball is even slightly too high, it's over. Oh, beautifully done. A good serve and third ball. And I think he's going to need more of those if he's to crawl back in this game.
That's right, just a bit of a wayward shot there by Yun. And it might be Naoya's strategy a bit. He might have to dare Yun to probably hit a bit more, perhaps, with a few long serves. But not high to the forehand.
Yeah, the shovel serve, the top spin. Ooh, he tried really hard to recover from that. You could see it was really awkward. Yun just not phased at all.
No. Not even taking his towel. He's as cold as ice at this point. Very comfortable in the driver's seat of this final.
Good topspin serve, the kicker.
Yes, and the first backhand serve we've seen from Naoya, I think. So he's definitely, the wheels are turning in the mind of like, what the heck am I going to do to change this up?
Ooh, that was
ding ding serve.
Yeah, exactly. And I was also going to say, really caught on that the wrist. Oh, I really wanted that to go back on. Oh.
Everyone did by the sound of it, by the sound of the crowd.
As I was saying before as well, is that he can be a very creative player. The problem is, at what point is that creativeness at his advantage? 11-5. And Yun, he's storming with this match, just not phased at all. We look back at this point here, the serve.
How good was Naoya to get that ball on down the line, and yet Yun was able to get it back fairly easily, as you said.
Exactly, 11-6, 11-5. I mean, Naoya is going to really need to put the pedal to the metal for this next 3 games if he is to try and fight back, because Yun is not budging. He is showing why he is so strong, and he's showing why he's on the Taiwanese team. Because he represents Taiwan as one of their team members. And, I mean, that is by no means an easy feat for him. So it's by no surprise that he is as good as he is right now.
That's right. Taiwan, of course, is a very strong table tennis country. And as you say, he's definitely giving us a glimpse of that quality here. And I will say, Andrew, sometimes it's a bit hard to play a final because, as you can hear, the hall has become eerily quiet. It's just you playing in a hall of this size. Everyone's got eyes on you, except if you can see on the far left side of the hall, you've got a couple of indoor sports centre staff members just having a go down the back.
Exactly. And I mean, the silence can be pretty nerve-wracking as well.
And
But he's doing good in this game.
That's right, and particularly with all due respect to Naoya right now, the silence can be even more deafening when your opponent is kind of putting you all over the place.
Exactly. Oh, but he's fighting. You can see he's fighting really hard for these points. I
Oh,
think
he's
that's the most important thing.
that's right. He will not give up. Naoya is a great example of just fighting till the very end. Um, but yeah, tactically, he's got a lot of questions that need to be answered right now.
And we were saying about the Taiwanese team and him being on that team. For reference, he is the Taiwanese team, the under 15s. They won the World Championships for the team event. So you can see from the caliber of players that he's a part of.
That's right, and yeah, as you say, at this point, he's just really, really comfortable against Naoya, and just as we've been saying, Naoya is a very highly rated player in Queensland. So, but again, as you say, great experience for the Queensland players to play against Yun.
Exactly, and I think this is one of the highlights for really Queensland is this international competition, really, because that's the thing about the open events compared to the closed is they are open to everybody.
Naoya just trying a few sort of like strawberries and kind of spinny, interesting balls, but it's just kind of being dismissed by Yun at the moment.
Exactly, but a good serve there, the heavy backspin. I think he really needs to find ways of changing up, maybe a bit shorter to the forehand, wider to the backhand, really push Yun a little bit further in those wider angles. Because I mean, I think Yun is this point is really just wanting Naoya to open because he knows that Naoya puts a lot of energy in those opens and that Yun can just finish them.
That's right.
Because I think one of his strengths is his counter forehand.
That's right. I will say at this point that throughout this match, Naoya has actually received quite well. Just in total, it's the longer rallies and the countering that's caused him issue. But I will say, if he was to go home and watch this again, I think he's actually received pretty well, Andrew.
No, I agree. It's just the challenge of what do you do after that?
That's right. That's right. I've got the serve back. There's more.
Ooh, good serve. The fast one with the side spin into the backhand. Ooh, that was close. But
Yeah.
a much closer set, 9-8.
Disbelief from Naoya. How is it that heavy? That heavy backspin.
Now 10-8 with 2 match points to claim the title. We'll see. And it's not over. It is
No.
still not over.
Come on, Nene.
Oh, he had a chance, but just not able to get it down. 11-9 in the fifth as Yun Lo takes the match 3 games to love in at least a much closer game 3. First 2 games were definitely more one-sided, but this game I think Naoya was really able to up his game, was able to stay a little bit more head-to-head in this match, but of course, just not enough as we see the scores 11-6, 11-5, and 11-9. Yun Lo, despite his age, now the 2025 Queensland Open champion for the men's singles category.
Yes, so that means congratulations to Yun for the men's and Talisha for the women's, our 2 Open champions for 2025. Just want to take this moment very quickly to thank the sponsors, thank all the volunteers for making this another great day of table tennis. Of course, the doubles last night were excellent as well, and the same wouldn't have been possible today without all the hard work of all the volunteers.
Exactly, I agree. And I think another one is just to you guys, the viewers, for joining in on these matches. We've had a lot of absolute jam-packed action today, and make sure to still stick around for tomorrow because we have more action tomorrow in the veterans category. As we were saying, just because they are in the competition suddenly this season, two veterans finals and both of them, of course, playing their hearts out. So make sure to tune in tomorrow for more action. Without further ado, thanks for joining us for this day. We hope you look forward to seeing more action. But without further ado, we'll see you guys next time tomorrow for the veteran events here in the 2025 Queensland Open Championships.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.
Starting route to Moreton Bay region.
Let's get in a car. Let's drive like we're far. We're flying like stars. Supernova. We'll go with the wind. Take it for a spin. Keep doing it over and over. Ooh. Life is like a roller coaster, baby. Ooh. I just wanna pull you closer, baby. We spinning around, way up in the clouds. You can't bring us down. Supernova. Get lost in the light, losing track of time. It's taking us over.
Take me somewhere where we can see epic rainforests, some beautiful beaches, and eat some great seafood.